Here. Yeah. Okay, good morning. It is 10:06 and we will begin. We'll call the meeting to order. So we have adoption of the agenda. Please review the agenda. If there's any additions or deletions.
For small addition, just bring up staff meetings, not staff for next meeting.
At 2:15. And I do have one thing to add, but that will be an in-camera session at the end of the day. And just to let everybody know that we will be going to in-camera session from 2:15 for the rest of the afternoon. Are there any other additions or deletions? Can I get a board to accept the agenda? Crystal, seconded by Wendy, all in favor. Have reviewed the minutes earlier, so this one will be quick. So the adoption of the minutes of January 22nd, 2020. 26, sorry. Thank you, Hoover, John, seconder, Lyle, in favor. Motion carried. Is the walkthrough? Oh, wait, sorry. Robert said he'd be joining by Zoom. He has available.
10:28 AM to 11 AM for Abedin, asset management,
I don't know much on your.
aquifer mapping and groundwater protection.
Margaret's here taking the meeting. Whoa. So we have to watch. What you have to speak.
So first one is Aquifer mapping and groundwater protection plan. So a little bit of context on that is last year, I reached out, I was approached by Ministry of Forest, which is now Ministry of Water, Land and Resource Stewardship. So the province doesn't have any aquifer mapping for the Shelly area. So what an aquifer mapping does is basically provides us with information related to the groundwater, which in turn can tell us whether or not we can expect drought, whether or not our wells are at the right spot. Especially, it is important for us now because we are going to design a new water system, as you know. So it's super critical for us to know the aquifer. So the closest aquifers province have information on are 3 aquifers, which the closest one is 29 kilometers. So it doesn't give us a lot of information related to Shell Reserve. So with the help of ministry, we applied to the provincial government to do the aquifer mapping and we received $150,000. Now, that being said, $150,000 is enough to do a desktop study. When we say desktop study, that means that we will use available data, but we cannot drill monitoring well, or we cannot do pumping test, because pumping test and monitoring well, let's say 3 monitoring wells, and pumping test alone costs somewhere around 150 to 170. So I was trying to wrap my head around this, that how we can utilize these funds and still without spending brands of money, achieve the goals. So I then reached out to UNBC, knowing that UNBC has some opportunity whenever they have a First Nation partner, contributing partner, they can reach out to two different sources. One is MyTax, and another one is NSERC. NSERC is the Canada National Scientific Research Foundation, which provides funding to these type of projects, but to universities only, like research projects. So MyTax didn't work because MyTax cannot take a non-profit First Nation organization as a partner of any university. That means TAN would be eligible, but we have a little bit of problem here because a band receiving money from the ministry, then if we flow that to TAN, there are implications, which will create some problems for me to report when I report back to the ministry. So the difference between MyTax and NSERC is, let's say MyTax do 3-to-1 matching and NSERC does 2-to-1. That means if we provide $100, then MyTax provides 300 and NSERC provides 200. So MyTax is kind of off the table. So now the plan is to go ahead with a contract with UNBC. Let's say out of $100,000, we 150, we provide 120 towards this work and keep $30,000 or so for van admin fees. And then we can get up to 240 from NSERC, totaling of 360,000, which will be enough to do the monitoring wells and pump tests. Only downside to that is I have to find out a hydrogeologist, professional hydrogeologist, who can sign off in the report. Because province will not accept a research project through the university if it is not signed off by a professional hydrogeologist. So to find out a professional hydrogeologist, I have reached out to McIlhenny, I have reached out to Western Water. McIlhenny do not have local expertise per se, but Western Water does. And Western Water actually worked with our water system a lot previously, and they will be working in the design phase of our new water system as well. So I figured that Western Water might be a good choice to work on that. I do not have the quote from them yet, but I do have a proposal from UNBC that it can be done through their PhD and master students research project. They will do the paperwork legwork, basically. They will hire a subcontractor to do the drilling for the monitoring wells, organize the pump test, and Western Water's role in this will be to supervise the work, review whatever they're producing in terms of reports and data, and making sure that it is acceptable for the province. And from the province, there is a hydrogeologist who will, like, from the bird's eye view, oversee the work as well. So I have shared this plan with province upfront that we are trying to do this well, like utilizing province's money to kind of access federal money. They said they're okay with it because when we receive the funds, only thing they care about is the deliverables. However, we find those money and prepare the deliverables rather than concern. So that being said, it's a little bit of a different approach than what we normally do in terms of project, like we get money, go to a consultant, do the work. This is a little bit different. So that is why I wanted to discuss this with the council. If this approach is acceptable to you, then it essentially helps me to kind of take this route and access some more money through federal government.
So the hydrologist, they're expensive. They are super expensive. So question is like, so the $360,000. So if the hydrologist put a lot of hours there, so should that is that money enough?
Yes. So for that review and signing off, it will be good enough. That is why we cannot solely go to a consulting company because hydrogeologists are expensive. Like if we were to do this work solely through Western Water, for example, they can do the work, but their quote is like around 500. So it basically the most hours are getting utilized by the UNBC students. So you could say that that's cheaper than a hydrogeologist because we don't need an hydrogeologist to do all of the paperwork, report writing and stuff. We just need someone to look at that and making sure that it's good enough and it's accepted. So that's why it is a bridge.
Trusting you.
Yeah.
You're a professional like all of us.
Sounds like you have it all your ducks in a row and everything, so, you know.
Yeah, before coming in here.
Yeah.
I did like, but yeah, but this is a different approach than anything we have done in the past.
Mhm.
And I also wanted to reach out to UNC because they are local, we are kind of supporting them in the process, right? And that's in there as well.
Mhm.
So if you are in agreement, I have a BCR in draft. I will take a serial number from Towfiq and I will put this for you. And it basically says that um, the band applied and secured funding for 150,000 for the ministry for developing groundwater protection and monitoring plan. This funding is not sufficient to properly carry out the project as it involves drilling 2 or 3 pilot wells. Dr. Jem Lee, professor of UNBC, agreed to be the PI means principal investigator for the project and applied to secure a 2-to-1 matching funds from NSERC. And hereby, Fairly Tania First Nation and the Board of Chief and Council approves to engage with the contract with UNBC to apply to NSERC Alliance Program, where LTFN will contribute up to 135. The reason I get up to because I don't know how much is required, so I just get 10% of 150 as land admin fee and rest put it in here. It could be 120, it could be 100, it could be 135. Just because I don't have all the numbers in my hand. And another reason why we needed to go with UNBC, because NSERC funding, we cannot apply. NSERC funding is only for research institutions like a university. So that's why we want to go to a university to access that funding.
I can assign the number later, we can do the technical question.
Yeah, because UNBC has done a lot with the community over the years, really, like when they did that air quality thing and.
And this particular professor, we have worked with him before as well. In those cases, we were just in-kind supporters, like I just put my time, that's all. But this time, I'm just taking it a little further.
Your favorite. I know, right? This is my
I
favorite.
think the worst is when- So, they know that it's needed, but it's on the reserve. It's doesn't really affect the province or the city. It's just us, we get it first. So it's kind of hard how to deal with them.
No. What is everything?
Adam will love
You
it.
can let him in from his
Yeah.
computer.
You're just gonna pull it around. Sign it.
I have second item.
Okay.
Should I start?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so second item is Xyntax update. So this is we have come to a little bit of halt in terms of Xyntax. Just reminding everyone about the context. We applied for some funding last year to go for a newer financial management software. We tried to do the background work. It was funded. And the most important reason I would say for that was to have program managers access their program statements, income expense, and also a better budgetary control. electronic PO requests and approval, such kind of stuff, and also the leave management, HR management, and payroll management. Now, once we have established the background data and everything, before we jump in there, the plan was to do the switchover during the new year for the payroll. But when we wanted to do that, the first thing flagged to the finance department is because when we try to do that payroll thing, the existing service we have through Payworks and the services we will have through Xyntax is not at par. Like we have a better service through Payworks, and we will be kind of accepting at a higher rate, lower level of service through Xyntax, especially for payroll services. And why is that? Is because all the regulatory and the legislative reports, payments, payment remittance, all those has to be manual. So once we go towards a manual system, that creates room for errors. People, however efficiency they have, if we are doing this type of things in manual way, it increases man-hour required and also room for error. That's the first thing. Second thing is their software integration. For example, if you have a boot you can't make it bigger or smaller. It has a fixed window width and length. I know it's weird, but in this era, but it is. We didn't know many of these things up front. So after discussing with finance and also of course the executive director, we kind of thought that we will not proceed at least now for the Xyntax system. And the reason largely is because of the payroll system, which was our biggest motivator to go towards that system. If we can do the payroll system, then I don't think it is wise to move the entire finance system to a new one if there is nothing much we can get on it. So, yeah, of course.
So I want to give a little bit background on the Xyntax. So Xyntax came in scene initially in 2020. 2020, it came in scene that it want to pursue. So what we did, like we get opinion from our past auditor, Jackie. Jackie recommended there are two software in market, Xyntax and Adjourn. So Jackie recommended Xyntax during that time. So, but we didn't move forward because the turnover of our finance department is still during that time, about a left and the brand stuff. Later, like I did some analysis and I was not in a support to go through Xyntax, but later I got a lot of push from Claudia earlier and Joe. Basically, Claudia was pushing it. The reason was like she wanted to do the department invoices and access to see the program from economic development to the system. But the problem was like the Xyntax, that the scale, operation scale, the use of that one, we don't have that operation skill of our managers of these departments. For example, our fisheries department. For example, our the software operational skill, the one we need for an integrated software for different departments, we don't have that skill of manpower. Skill means that is a high level of software. So that's why I was a little bit that we need to get some time. But it was like so pushed that later, like I got something like that. You don't want some development. This type of thing I got, and then like I thought, okay. So if you look at the scenario, so that my last result was like, okay, I want to see the fund. I'm not going to spend a single penny from the brand to get this software. Show me the fund. Then Joe talked with Zawad and they secured some fund. I don't know if it is the funding, if it is even worst case, let us offset the funding money, not bank's money. So then, like, it was fine. We got some funding and then later Joe signed the agreement for Xyntax. And then Xyntax came in scene. And later, like when there is a like, we invested like almost two months. Nasi was working on that for the development of the system. Throughout the period, the experience we got for simply accounting. So if we need the support now, we call them, we get the support right away. Because it's software, we always need support, technical support. Xyntax is something like that. They wouldn't respond until 1 week. but no response. And practically, like just a month back, we had a meeting with MNP. I was just sharing with Jamil. Jamil is a CPA. Jamil, how do you know about Xyntax? And Jamil told me something interesting. The Towfiq, actually, oh my God, you guys are in trouble because Xyntax, the company owned the 2%, they sold it, and they joined MNP. They are now MNP staff, and they sold it to a tribal council. And now the support is like, we call them, we don't get any support. So that is the background, whole background of the Xyntax. And the payroll, obviously, the technical part is like what the difficulties of payroll. So now what we do, we get the timesheet, we fit the timesheet there. We do some reconciliation at the very end of the year. So every pay period, we get the pay. And at the end of the year, the T4 automatically generated from the data we input from this pay period. But that one, it was like a little bit difficult. At the end of the year, we need to put manually. Any manual work for the payroll is dangerous because that is payroll. It goes to CRA, right?
Yeah.
So that part is really difficult. And, so.
Yeah, so basically, still we want to automate a few things, which we will try to, without greater change, we will try to incorporate through Sage. I had a preliminary discussion with Nasir. He said that we can probably inquire with them because Sage is a widely accepted software as well. We probably can see there are other modules available which we can access for a higher fee or whatever. And also, I have inquired with Payworks for the lead management and payroll management thing, if we can automate that part as well. So whatever groundwork I did, I will pass that along to Confidence so that she can take care of it. So I'll do that. But I think the biggest reason why we were still trying, but at this point we don't want to try, is what Towfiq mentioned. That company is sold to another entity. Now we are not too sure if what happens if we move and then things get stuck. Like we are stuck too. That is a little bit of update. I still have to deal with the funding agency. Wish me luck.
You'll be fine.
But that's the update of what the price. Sorry.
Very user friendly.
Okay.
I did the training.
And the third one. So, any question before I move? Good one. So,
It's like to say, well done anyway.
Water settlement claim. So next steps. So the resolution, accepting resolution is submitted. I have reached out to them this week, requesting if we can bulk send all the membership applications we are helping to prepare. So they will accept a bulk send from us. Okay. And I mean by that we will scan and send it off to them, and they will send us the acknowledgement. The PCCL is almost ready. It's not 100%. That's why it's not here today. But I'll need to grab your signatures quickly before March 7th, sometime next week, early next week. We still need to call a few members and confirm their information. We had a lot of inquiries as expected regarding the timeline. Why is that? And so we try to deal with that as calmly as possible, but we really don't have much of an answer other than the federal legislation and templated response, which doesn't help people much, but we dealt with it. So far now, we don't have anything else to report on the water settlement thing. It's more or less in good shape. So do you have any question meanwhile related to the claim, or any questions you might have encountered you need answers for, anything like that?
Just, so you got a list, right, that you sent in, that you're gonna send in,
Yes.
and we have band members, do they have to coincide? Like, just that I know there's some band members that lived up here for a year, or and come back.
So basically, again, the list is blanket shelter for those people who may not be able to send in an application for whatever reason. So as soon as there is 2 entries for one single claim, we have included in the list, and individual submission went in, individual submission prevails, and our list becomes nullified for that particular person. So the list is to cover everyone else who couldn't apply. Make sense? And related to the deceased, so anyone deceased after November 20th, 2017, that means someone who was alive until 20th November 20th, 2017 are eligible to apply.
Okay, 17, 18 up, right? You mean? Or
Some
before?
someone who was alive until November 20th, 2017, they are eligible for the before time period, of course, when they were alive. But if someone is after that date, they, on behalf of them, someone from the family can apply, but there is a order, husband or wife, common law partner, children, and then it goes up to grandchildren. It has to be in the order, and that person who is applying needs to certify, or not certify, like give a statement that in his or her knowledge, there is no living person who is of higher priority than that person. We did refuse a couple of applications to receive because we know for a fact there are other living members. We didn't tell them, or we can't tell them not to apply. What happens if, let's say, for this person, husband applies and also say father applies? Then both goes to the administrator and they make the decision, and without any doubt, the husband's one will be successful and the parents' one will be nullified. If there is more than one person of same priority, for example, let's say there is no husband, wife, common law, children, just father and mother, then administrator will decide how they will fix it. After March 7th, after it is said and done, we have no involvement with decision making. So if anything comes in to us, we will just have one response that we don't know. Because it is not communicated with us, we cannot go back and tell them to change the decision, or it's just not under the authority of the bank. Anything else? Okay. That's it. Okay.
Thanks, all. Thank you for helping. All the applications.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, guys. Sorry, I jumped in here late. I was just busy here. But I'll just sit here and listen. Hope everybody's having a good day.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, we can finish it. I can finish my stuff. So,
Okay.
here's
That's schedule, so Towfiq will. That's perfect. Here, what?
What? They're right up here? Oh, yeah, he is.
That's in camera.
In camera.
That's some decision, you can do it.
Okay.
So your coordinator, I already mentioned a little bit. Your coordinator is like, I have looked for funding for 3 departments contributed, $45,000 annually. So our initial plan is like, since 3 departments are funding, so each department may want the control, so put it under HR. And but the job description will be your coordinator. We'll go for the job posting pretty soon, probably next week.
And it's 45,000?
Yes, 45,000. So that funding, like, it came from 3 department. And internal another matter is approval matrix. Approval matrix is like, sorry. So your coordinator, that is one thing. Since it is a permanent position, so I would need council approval here to add it in the our organizational chart. I need a motion, please.
To add the youth coordinator onto the chart.
Organizational chart.
Does it have to be? Is it
Well,
a permanent position?
So according to the policy, human resource policy, any new position that we add in organizational chart require council approval. New position.
Under which category?
It is a new position. 45K, no last long.
Yeah.
No, it is like we secure annually. So the 3%, there is not one time. When I
Oh,
communicate
no, it's
with
a
them,
permanent position.
permanent position, they will have every year, they're gonna contribute, keep on contributing.
Oh, okay, I see now. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so we need a motion to put the youth coordinator position under the organization chart, which is now a full-time position, but it's an in. Can we get a mover? Josh and Crystal,
Josh and
they were tied. Well, Josh, second by Crystal, all in favor?
And my next one is approval metrics. Approval metrics is like when I was a finance manager and CFO, I had a financial approval authority of $10,000. So why this was $10,000? Because the book.
Oh, Robert? Agreed.
Oh, sorry, no, I just raised my hand to say that I'm in favor. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Approval metrics is like council approve some authorization metrics, financial authorization metrics, that is all approval metrics. So the program manager can approve up to $3,000. And myself, when I was as finance manager or CFO, I had an authorization of up to $10,000. Executive director $50,000. So now I'm executive director, automatically I got $50,000 approval authority, but there is nothing in return. So finance manager, so our process, bill or like invoice, accounts payable process is like, so the approval authority gives the pre-authorization to process the payment, but eventually every check it comes to executive director, every check comes to council before it is like, final approval. So that allows us like, not everything comes to executive director. For example, now all bills, like I get lines in my door again, just to sign the checks. So I would like to recommend to provide approval authority to authorization matrix for finance manager $7,000 and director of engineering and operations $10,000. It doesn't mean that anywhere they can approve, but eventually anything before processing, it's gonna come to my table, it's gonna come to council for check signing.
So say I went to the finance manager, I have an invoice for 6,500. I can get the approval from the finance manager, not you?
Yes, so that means like, no, here is some clarification needed. Say like being program manager, you have a $6,500 invoice. And it is like you go to finance manager for approval. Finance manager review it, and if he feels that he's not comfortable enough to sign that one, he could tell you that okay, I need to bring it to the executive director.
Oh, okay.
So it is up to him. So the channel will be like finance manager first. If finance manager approve it with confidence, then he can process the payment. Still, that's gonna come to me after that. But before he sign up, if he feels that I'm not comfortable enough to sign it, then he's gonna tell you that, hey, when we let me talk with Towfiq, I'm gonna get back to you.
Okay.
That is
Yeah,
the process.
because some of our invoices are quite large, like it's, like before we had to go here and wait because you're so busy. Like, yeah, I can understand that'd be easier in a way. Yeah,
We cut the line down.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Mhm.
Good question. Is there any approval for the credit card?
Yes, so you have approved it already, and in this case, so what I do, we have already communicated with bank, so we are expecting in on another week or take to bring the card. So we had usually two Visa card for the bank. I have one. Those one we canceled it. Now we have applied for another credit card.
Okay. Okay,
So do you need a motion to?
I need a motion, please.
And a motion to approve the increase for this finance manager.
Motion for LLC for approval authority for $7,000 and Zawad for $10,000.
so why was the other one, yeah?
So moved by John, second by Wendy. All in favor? Yeah, all in favor, Wendy. Motion carried.
And number 3 is like, this is just for your information. So according to our governance policy that council needs to approve the budget by March 31st, 2024 for next fiscal year. So budgeting is in process. So I hope like the last budget we have prepared yesterday with fisheries. So we will probably need a special council meeting in March, sometime end of March. And I can I'll circulate the email once we have the full package ready, budget package, I review it, sign it off. So possibly like after regular council meeting, sometime like 1 week later, at the end of the month, it's a day for the special council meeting for the budget.
End of this month, March? End of March? Okay.
You know, we'll do John's about steps, step meeting.
Yeah, I've just had a few managers requesting that we get together because there's a sense of not unity of working together and a large factor of burning out with everything that's been going on. So just like clarify, like get all on the same level and everything. Just wanted to bring it to Towfiq's attention.
Yeah, thank you so much. Definitely, we had a plan for 23rd of February, but unfortunately, there are a lot of people who are sick. During that time, we had to postpone that meeting. So, so our plan is to, like, my plan is like that we're gonna have the managers meeting every month and staff meeting quarterly, at least quarterly. It's like in whole day staff meeting and staff collaboration, everything. Like we're gonna put some HR stuff there. We're gonna discuss department problem. We're gonna share our thoughts, share our needs. So quarterly we're gonna do that. So definitely we can have them join in March.
Okay.
Sorry, when you said the staff meetings monthly, that are the managers meetings, that's just you with the managers? Or is
Yes.
that- Okay.
So managers meeting every month and then staff, all staff
Quarterly.
Okay.
And also a potential maybe a staff appreciation day for all the hard work that they've been going through. Don't wanna push it too much because I'm also staff, but I know that there's other departments that are working crazy hard nonstop and.
Maybe this would be an opportunity for Bart to.
I received funding approval by the province to do a capacity building. I based it on 3 days with a 2-day travel. That was approved for 84,000, not 184, but about 85,000. That includes 44 staff at the time that I made the proposal. I worked on that since last year and received approval in December, so we can move ahead and start planning for that. That would include, I did say during our retreat, we can cover materials relating to strategic planning. And I used Pignata's 10-year planning template. And we can just fill out one for each department and just showcase that, yes, we met and this is what we worked on.
Awesome. Good for you. Wow, awesome.
So, John, I'm open for any suggestion or advice. So this is my thought, like quarterly staff meeting and monthly managers meeting. And definitely quarterly when we do staff meeting, we can keep some staff appreciation part.
Yeah.
that who are the best performer during that video, something like that appreciation there. So if you share any thought, please, or like any more advice.
I would recommend that the first half is meetings, everyone updating everybody. And then the afternoons, just like.
Just make it more fun.
Fun.
Yeah, make it a little fun.
Team building that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like the last time we did the paper, that's all.
And I like the idea of separating us all, like, you know, when we all go to the meetings, we always sit in our same groups and.
Yeah, so that our last staff meeting we had, with the help of Tina, remember everyone has taken up.
Yeah.
And they all had to sit, so they weren't all together. in their own order.
Yeah. Because then that way we are actually being in with each other, being together and.
Yeah.
Team building.
Yeah,
Team building.
That's good.
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So. 2 minutes, we still. We're just cruising along. Okay, so the one thing I wanted to bring up was it doesn't have, home care. We need, we have some elders that need help. Like, is there any way that we can find somebody to come in and help clean their homes, like 2 times a week or something? Because I've noticed that it gets to be depressions. Like, and they don't want to get up, they don't want to clean, they want to think. So I do Josh and then Robert.
Didn't we already have, we had a program like that, with Mary and when my grandpa was around?
Yeah.
Is that funding still available?
I don't know.
It's like a home workers program.
Home care, home workers, yeah, and it seems like after your grandmother passed away, it just kind of went away. It was, I know it was pretty traumatic on the members of her, Robert and Wendy.
So, I'm just kind of catching what you said there, Darlene. You're saying that some elders need some help with respite care, or is it they need help with cleaning duties in their homes?
Both. Both.
Okay, I was thinking, like, I don't know if anybody else has thought of Crystal. Crystal does cleaning, and she's very good at it. Maybe that might be an option too, to see about procuring her services on the reserve of elders that need help, and maybe doing something through that. That's just, I'm just spitballing, but maybe you guys we can think about that as well.
I was hoping, yeah, that's what I would like to have as a band member in there. So it's because it's elders and it's you know how trust with elders. And you're talking about Crystal R, right?
Yeah, Crystal Ryerson. She's got a company here in town, and apparently she's really good. I've heard nothing but great things.
Oh, I didn't know she had a company.
Yeah, she does. Yeah.
I didn't know she had a company.
Yeah. I got to excuse myself here, guys, for a bit. But yeah, anyways, I'll talk to you in a bit.
Okay. Wendy?
I was actually working on that through the social development program because I do have a program, doesn't have very much money in it, but yeah, in-home care. And I applied for 2 to 3 people to help. Because we already had a few members under the criteria of the casual labor doing it already. On the north-south side, there was Antonia, she got her house done twice a week. Peter, Willie, who's there?
Yeah. You have 3 elders.
Yeah, 3 others, yeah. So sorry, no names, but anyway, there was elders on the, and then on the north side, there was a couple here and there, but it was done through the casual labor aspect. And so I've been working with this to see if I could utilize that program for more funding to hire some of these, like, you know, to do the hiring process through HR and present it to HR to do that part.
What's her previous position in the health department? Like, yeah, Caitlin, because she did all that stuff and then she left and then I never got filled back into that services completely.
Mhm.
I don't know if that pot of money's going around or.
One of the reasons why we should, like,
Because it's a useful service and.
Yeah.
The
story.
I forgot about
But
that
if
one.
we can go through the administration and,
Yeah.
because it's not only on reserve. That need help. A lot of them, I think, like Robert mentioned Crystal, if we could get her to come in and do a group cleaning, like just because of, you see elders, they are getting depressed and if they see someone coming in and cleaning their house, then they're gonna start getting that to start cleaning, helping, right? So.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. So definitely we can make that plan. So, and the scope of the service. So, I understand that we're gonna identify the elders who need this service. So on and off season means like, reserve and city of windows. That we're gonna identify first, the scope of work. Let's say we gonna identify 20 houses or like 25, 30 houses. Then according to you, invest Crystal, that this is the scope of work, how she gonna manage that one. What I understood.
Yeah, we're gonna hire the senior crew to come in and then go from there. Just the initial clean, I think.
Back to that position, is that money gone or was it like a one-time
Okay,
thing?
that was a weird.
Because it was a really useful service. Like, I don't know if there's any potential to bring that back.
It
Because
was,
that also helped with rides and all the services for elders, like, anything,
Bill's does rides.
but like, the whole thing, not just health related, if they needed to go grocery shopping or anything, then.
Bill was I don't know where the money came
I
from.
don't know where that came from.
Because I know Wendy's funding for home care.
Yeah.
It was a big mess.
Yeah, it was like so confusing, like we kind of lost sight since
But that's a
COVID.
good idea. I don't know what happened to that program.
Mhm.
We,
The Towfiq can look for it.
yeah, could we put an action item that we look at the health's, previous one, and then you combine it with Wendy, so Wendy can go include.
Yeah, because The in-home care is a good program, and I want to start utilizing it fully, but it's so limited. Like, I mean, not limited, it's like out there, you could do lots with it, but not enough funding. Like, probably last couple of months and that's it.
And then we just stack the funding and
No reason. Then we have that new nurse coming in hopefully.
Oh.
And she will help out for a lot of homebound members that are stuck out here and.
Yeah.
Well, what's that program called? I really.
Because I know our nurse was there. One person.
Yeah. And it's not kind of long spot.
That's only the
It is next summer.
Yeah, it was before that.
Yeah,
That's how simple.
Yeah, it was a really good one.
Yeah, it's needed though,
It is desperate.
Yeah.
desperately, yes.
and we should be.
Sometimes you get sick and you're just like, oh, I don't want to do the dishes.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And then,
Yeah.
and with these new sicknesses that are lasting
Forever.
13 months,
Yeah.
at least 3 months, they don't have the energy to get up and do stuff. That's for their health.
That's a good one, yeah. I've been, to be honest with you, I've been talking with Towfiq here and there off and on. They're about trying to get that extra stuff done. So I have been trying to work on it, so hopefully we can pull it off. And then like John said, combine us need help to get there. That should work, and then just name the programs, whatever, House for Elders or something.
Tamara wants to be part of this conversation. She has some information. Can we let her in or like, you can talk?
We're almost done, right?
Yeah, we need a break first.
Okay.
Who's next?
She is next.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, continue on Tamara.
Oh, yeah, she is.
We're gonna take a 10-minute break. And then we will be back with our health department and continue on this discussion on home care.
Right on the right. That's all.
Okay, we are back, and now, next we have the health department. Tamara, Seymour, okay,
So we're going to continue on that.
and we're gonna continue our discussion.
Oh, yeah.
On
Okay, so, I kind of got a glimpse of the conversation regarding elder home care / homemaking / care aid services. So there's the medical aspect, the cleaning aspect, and just the general, maybe grocery shopping and support like that. So I can look within our funding to see what we can do in regards to the care aid medical. I know we did used to have a homemaking program, years ago. I know Phyllis was a homemaker to a few elders on reserve. I know for some of the services, we typically would connect with Northern Health, but as you know, that the services within town are lagging in the sense of wait lists and, that availability to get the support as faster than like how we would want to do it. So I could see a position supporting both on and off reserve. We could probably list about 10 elders or so that could really utilize that service right now, like our elderly who have a hard time. So yeah, I think we can absolutely look into it, and I can kind of search for some funding on my end. I do remember what you were talking about, the essay funding.
Yeah.
I remember they asked me to do the report on it way back when I
And
first
that was
came in
a
my
different
position,
one,
and
yeah.
it was through ISC, I think.
Yeah.
Which we don't get funding through ISC, it's through FNHA. So, yeah, I don't know exactly what that is, but we should look into that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and see what we can do and kind of make it, suitable to what our elders need. Because I could see the carried, we do have the bath and shower here. And then the support with the LPN as well, I think will help going into homes, for that medical aspect. So yeah.
When
Yeah. The one that Tamara is referring to is the one where every year we get confused, like, when we have to do the reporting. And that program was given to health years ago, but it was never utilized. So Tamara is not familiar with it. So that's why I kept asking if we should get together one of these days and iron out that situation, because there is funding in that. And I think that's the assisted living. It's classified as assisted living. So I can't report on it because I don't know what was spent on it, but you as well, you're not familiar either, but it was utilized years ago by our previous health and social development programmers way back in the day. And there is funding in that, but I don't know how much. It doesn't really state.
We can find it out for sure. And I recall now that yes, so there was some reporting requirement, but you told that this is not my program.
Yeah.
So it was in their funding stream.
Yeah.
So during the break, Councillor McIntosh told me a great idea. So the great idea that you allow me to say it. The idea is since we have a few offices now, downtown office, house of ancestors, East office, land office, but each of our office provide cleaning services. So Councillor McIntosh, that idea is if you can form a cleaning company for business side, commercial side, and our existing who are providing the support, so we can give them as an employee for the cleaning company and putting the support. So it is something it's gonna create some capacity to, increase the increase the number of employee, and we can even extend to outside support too. So that is a business proposition, so that we can explore that option.
Yeah, I think that would be perfect, because if we could do the offices, at least, once or twice a month, and then the elders on and off reserve once a month, and then you have the periodic cleaning here and there in between, And that'll help with some of the issues of some of the elders, like, with the mold issues around the windows and, the sinks and bathrooms and stuff. That would really help with that.
Another idea too is to like build capacity within families. I think it's important to empower families to support our elders. And so maybe we can do like initiatives like make baskets of cleaning products and like work with the younger ones who can maybe go over to grandma's house once or twice a month or whatever and clean. And maybe we can do incentives from like our office to, you know, really encourage that, because I think if we have a home care support, homemaking, I think that's all great. But I think for sustainability, it's great to start within the home and within the family and like build that empowerment towards that as well.
Yeah, so once we figure out that assisted living one, that's where we can use and utilize that funding for what you just mentioned. For the intensive, that, you know, to make those baskets and, you know, like to get gift cards or something. Oh, well, here you go, Towfiq. Thank you for, you know, looking after your grandma's house for the last month. Here's a $50 gift certificate, you know?
And it might really build that interest for our younger ones to say, oh, maybe I do like carry, or maybe I do like this, and maybe I can get extended training or whatever.
Yeah,
I might go to school for it. So I know we do have one carried in community.
Yeah, and I kind of agree with Tamara's approach to it, because I know in the last time we had the carries, a lot of the issues were a lot of people aren't comfortable with people coming in, whereas if they have their own family coming in, I think that would actually benefit everyone.
Yeah,
That's right.
yeah, that's true too.
And like people like their things where they are. Right?
Yeah.
So I think we can try a few different approaches. I don't think it hurts to have a service available for those who would prefer like a more professional service. And then there's ones that might just want a granddaughter or grandson to come over and do it. So I think if we have multiple approaches, then we can kind of serve more people.
Yeah.
So we'll look into funding.
Yeah, well, they will do funding, so I really hire a company to come into.
I like that.
I imagine people will be phoning to say, yeah, I like this company coming deeply in the house. And we can go from
Yes.
there. So I think we're gonna need a motion to be able to hire this company or a company as hard to, for the families that call need or want a deep cleaning.
Just a question of clarification, are we going to create the company or are we going to find the company?
That is the, you know, that was a, just an, opinion, yeah, like if council say for like, that we're gonna form a company, but it is like, you know, forming a company is gonna take some time. Like in what structure, you're gonna, put that corporation, like if it is like, because I understand that the most of the employee will be one member. So we need to think about the tax-free part. So if you form the company and like based on reserve, say, so that part is gonna take a little bit time. So meanwhile, if it is urgent, we can go to the hiring the company and we explore that opportunity.
Okay.
Just to get us moving.
Yeah, just to get it up and going. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean now. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
And there might be a member who has a business already.
Yeah.
I don't really know.
Crystal Wires. She's a nice lady, she's very personal.
I think so too. Yeah.
She's fun too, like she's.
So, yeah, just to get the initial clean, just to get it started. And maybe once it's clean, you never know if the elder needs it. I'm saying, you know, like, I like the machines.
I think that one initial big clean will really improve that quality of life to be like, okay, now I've got a head start and I can keep up with it.
Yeah.
Or maybe I might need someone once a month because it's kind of, you know, yeah, that one initial cleaning kind of gets you ahead.
Yeah, yeah.
So motion to funding out of OSR, own source revenue to hire a cleaning company to come in and help those that needed, moved by Wendy, seconded by John Crystal. All in favor? Motion carried. Okay, Tamara, you have the floor.
Hi. So I'll just go through my list. In regards to the health policy update, Towfiq, Zawad and I had an initial meeting with a consulting company, Strategies of the North. And we gave them kind of all the information that we are looking for in a consulting company to develop the health policy. We are still waiting for their project proposal and I guess a quote on the cost of that. So we should be receiving that. I think they said within a week in our meeting. So by early next week, we should have it. So that's the update for that. The LPN nursing position, I sat with Abedin, and we have the first draft done up. So the last thing I need to do is just go through it with Jennifer and Confidence together and make any last and final edits, and then we'll process it through Towfiq for a final review prior to approval on posting. So that should be done. Our end will be done today. So hopefully early next week it could be posted. So with the LPN, we did state that for the first few weeks, it would be regular time, 8:30 to 4:30 for training. And so that Jennifer can take the nurse once they are hired to meet some of the clientele in our membership. Building that trust is really going to be essential in this position. I know it's taken Jennifer many years to work and build those relationships that she has today. So I think that's a really important step. So that's positive. An update in regards to our doctor. So currently right now we have one full day a week. It's called a 0.2 FTE. We hold the contract through Primary Care Network, and Terry Aldred did leave, unfortunately. It was a big loss for us. So right now we do still have Todd, and he's covering the 2 days for her right now. I did confirm that he is good to keep 2 days out of the 4 within the contract. And so I've requested to the Primary Care Network that we can go ahead and recruit for a new doctor for the remainder 2 days. So altogether 4 days a month. And in that request, I did advise that with the demand of our clientele in the medical clinics, we are requiring more time from the doctor. We have the data and statistics to show and say, hey, this is, we're doing X amount of patients in 1 day. So we really kind of would have that leverage and data to support requesting for more time, and they would try and accommodate and find the funding to extend it. So it's really about in the recruitment process, finding the right doctor that will be able to be flexible within the type of care that they give within our clinic, which tends to be a little more flexible than your average doctor office in town. So
I kind of like that idea, because when I was really, really sick, I did call to try to come see the doctor here, but he was fully booked, so I just, in my mind, I'll get better, but I didn't. I ended up in emergency, so, that would be really helpful if we could, have something like, for urgencies and stuff, like, I understand everything is booked and busy, but like in cases like mine, when I was really, really sick and I wanted to get more, more intel on how sick I really was, because Cecil was willing to drive me over here, but he was so booked up, couldn't squeeze me in anywhere, so I just brushed it off, and then by the Saturday, I ended up in emergency.
yeah, that's exactly why we have this data to accommodate, trying to get that additional funding. Unfortunately, it is within contract, and so we're in a tripartite contract with the Blue Pine Clinic and Central Interior. So we all share FTEs, but we are building the relationship with primary care, which I have stressed that, we actually have the numbers to prove that we could dedicate more time. So they're definitely on the same page as us in regards to supporting as best they can and trying to accommodate and find the funding elsewhere. Like if Blue Pine is finding that they are not needing a doctor as much, then we can take some of those points, those FTEs to our clinic. And because we're a standalone clinic, like we're not solely run through like FNHA, they're really trying to help us build that foundation because I think Jen said there's 6 other nations that have a clinic like ours. So finding funding is kind of like the main goal. And so I also did bring up nursing funding to her. Because going back to the LPN position, we have gotten approval to have the LPN for 1 year. After the 1 year, I'll be looking for funding to extend the contract. So I did bring it up to the PCN manager and she said that's good to know. So we'll continue these discussions. And I think at the end of the day, like we are really trying to, in regards to our service to members, accommodate to the best of our ability. But there is that understanding that we have to have on our staff, but also the membership, that there's things that we cannot do here that would make you have to go to the urgent, either the urgent clinic or the ER. So it's really assessing it. And yeah, like his days are fully booked and sometimes he squeezes in and we try and accommodate as best as we can, but
Yeah.
so.
9 times out of 10, he probably would have told me, go straight to emergency.
Yeah, so, and I think like we're very fortunate to have an Indigenous doctor, so like that recruitment and trying to find someone that, you know, can understand the barriers and challenges that we see in community. You have to have the right person, so I'll be interested to see that and hopefully we can get more time because, you know, it would be nice to have a doctor a few days a week.
People have been in town, we're switching doctors.
They're starting to, yeah, and that's actually how we're able to have that leverage of saying, hey, like ideally we want all of our members to switch, but the thing is, as well as the capacity of having a doctor 4 times a month, it makes it difficult and challenging. But also those numbers that are switching to us also give us those statistics to say, hey, we have 250 band members that are switching. And then also like having that understanding, like when they're switching or the doctor that we're recruiting really has that understanding of like prescriptions and, you know, not over prescribing and this and that of what we're experiencing with in-town doctors.
Is that like, because I just found out we got a letter from our Dr. Higgins. He's retiring. So he said in the letter that either we look for a new doctor or just go to the walk-in. And I'm like, what? So he is actually retiring and I'm like, so I called the office. And they said, unfortunately, there are doctors here that could take some files, but they're not taking all the files at the, where Dr. Higgins is associated on 10th Avenue, across the Phoenix. That's where we usually go. And I'm like, well, there's 12 of us under his file. Like, what are we gonna do for a doctor?
Well, a lot of times when they are tired something with my doctor too, they sell their practice.
Yeah.
And so they'll share, most likely he would sell his practice and take on all the facilities. There's normally what happens.
Normally, yeah.
I don't know, could be different circumstance there, but same with me, I had my doctor my entire life and retired, sold it, you know, I have 2 new doctors.
Oh, wow.
Well, I would suggest you to transfer here.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
And you know, ideally, like if you could get under our doctors here, not every time you're not gonna get an appointment.
No,
It's like if you call in advance and book, then, but it does fill up fast and that's kind of why we're like, we need more time. So
Well, it's just
I would suggest for you to come and get under the blanket of this health center, so then, on our MOIS and charting of our clients and patients that we have those numbers. And ideally, like if I have a doctor in town, but I see Todd sometimes, the charting is a little difficult
Yeah.
because then they have it in their MOUS and we have it in our MOUS. So who actually gets claimed the dollars for
Yeah.
these appointments?
That's
So
what I was confused about.
that's why we do encourage you to move. But in the circumstances that you may not have another doctor, it's probably an easier decision where there's someone who's like, oh, I really actually like my doctor in Prince George. So
So how do we go about transferring?
we can, I can talk to Jen and we can help
Yeah,
you
I
do
would, I
that.
would phone earlier. Sorry, Tamara, your time is up.
Oh my God, not already?
Yeah, we took our time. Is there anything that needs our attention right away, or is it just an update basically?
Yeah, I have two questions.
Okay.
And the other ones was just overall and some positive funding stuff. I just wanted to maybe confirm the moccasin walk date, and also the UNHPC has a question about, a carver from Northwest has approached the hospital leadership and would like to get the hospital a 10-foot tall totem pole. So this will be gifted in many locations, and they just want to approach Clayton to see how they do that in a respectful way. So I don't know who to connect them to.
Because it's not part of our culture, if you create that pan-indigenous, but what that card could do is give it to us, and then we could just post it there, because it should be a gift to the host nation rather than a facility.
Okay. So they want to book a meeting, so who would I send that to? They want to talk to Clayton, like have the actual meeting.
And then the moccasin walk, isn't it the third?
So the first 2 weekends in June are the 1st and 8th, so I kind of just put those dates, unless we wanted to move it to the 3rd, but I would like to start getting that on a roll for family.
June 8th.
Do
Okay, and then everything else is like, we're doing what we do every month, and,
Oh, we have to end it on a positive.
okay, positive, okay. So, during Christmas, we attained mental health, MOU funding. So we got a funding to hire a mental health clinician in-house. So I got $100,000 for that. And to host, $50,000 towards a healing week. And we're shooting for August. We haven't landed the dates, but we're gonna bring a ton of traditional healers in again and do it at the hall for a full week in collaboration with family development. So the membership really loved the healing days that we held and bringing in some traditional healers. So, we listened and I got that funding. So I think that's positive. And we just renewed our MOU with our annual agreement with YMCA. We have 90 members who are attending the YMCA, plus 15 family memberships, which add another 46 people onto that. So
nice.
yeah.
Congratulations, Lincoln, for getting help.
Yeah, so it's being utilized, and I'm really proud of our membership for doing that and utilizing that service. So we will continue doing that subsidy. They also raised it to 80% rather than 75%. So they're seeing the increase in numbers, and so they're giving back to our community, saying we're going to raise the subsidy even more. So it helps us and helps them.
$7,000.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tamara.
Thank you.
Next, we have Gbenga.
Oh, yes, yeah. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I was gonna do that.
Let's pass it. It seemed like she just let down. You're right, Charlie.
We limit this time.
Yeah,
Get steady meeting, so.
Supposed to, Adam. It's supposed to Adam, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go to.
Send in March first.
Okay.
See, it has March first.
Okay,
Okay.
Gbenga, you have the table for exactly 25 minutes.
Yeah, I will. So yesterday from that discussion, I go back to the office and I saw that Malcolm already sent, Nicole already sent a message.
The calculator.
Thank you. So, he wants us to read through the letter, and if council is okay with it, we just give them a go ahead to send it. And Towfiq called my attention to it, very late yesterday too. He's working very, he works till probably 12 midnight. Thank you.
It is, so regarding the sort of one.
Thank you.
They're way nicer than I am.
Or everything to Gloria. Is there any- the activities that are included in the history? Sounds very bad.
Like we got down 39 from yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, while we're reading that, this morning, I got this document for me to read. It's a summary of, so I understand it looks like there was a court case in 2007 involving the band Soto First Nation and the other nations, the Dog River, Apple River, Port Nelson, West Mobile, and the Prophet River. 2000. We know about the court case. Does that?
Wasn't that the decision that they just got last year? Where they're like,
Yeah.
one was awarded to.
So how does that tie into what?
It has nothing to do with the incident.
Because very clearly the bank's name is mentioned in the document. I just started reading it. But it looks like it has to do with the
Yeah, we're in the trading process of that. Like, ready to be brought up.
it looks like the statement of intent of the band is freedom of occupation. And if you look at the next point, 8, I just got it this morning, so I haven't started devouring it, but I just wanted to ask council if you're kind of familiar with that case in 2027.
No, like I was on the treaty for not on, but next to the meeting slots, we didn't talk about anything.
That definitely would have been brought up.
Yeah, that would have been. Oh,
If you look at
John, you know, it was a long time ago, but you were the youth of it.
Yeah, it's the chairperson then. I don't remember the court case. I think they're just mentioning us because we have our statement of intent. And I think some of the ones that might have been ordered along with this, they would kind of let us know anyways, but unless it came into the territory that we had with the SO1, they wouldn't have to reach out to us. I think this is just the way it's going to be.
Okay,
Because
because
I don't remember anything from through.
I see. Because one of the things we need to figure out is why would they leave their territory to come into
Their territory, yeah.
pick that? So that's one thing we will have to figure out somehow. But
yeah.
I just feel I should bring that forward. But maybe when I start reading it, I will see something interesting or something else.
Yeah, it's just started.
There was a bunch of treaty number 8 and group approximately 5 and Griffith Square Conference.
That was been public.
Is it action exhibit?
Okay, this is gonna take a lot of discussion, just for an update, so we'll have to read through this one.
Based on the data, yes.
So. Yes, they can send themselves, like, they're extremely nice in it. So, we get this, we get approval, send this one out. This, we'll have to do a little bit more review on it. And you're here for a department update, and you always have 20 minutes.
So this is good to.
Yeah, that's good to go.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to update council about the farmers around the central. If you remember, Chief, sometime last year, thank you. In May last year, we had a discussion with the folks from SAF.
Yes, the one with 2,000 acres or whatever, one extra.
So she's been coming to the office to have another discussion with council, and I know I brought that up with Towfiq, because she came and started bugging him also about it. And then I said, okay, I will bring this again to council if council wants to meet with them. So basically, they are complaining about erosion of their farmland and they want to move upland.
2,000 acres. Right.
So they have it, and then they want to, because of erosion, blah, 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 they want to move upland and they want to have a session or discussion with council before they go forward and all that.
But we already said no to them. As for, of course, the Alaska Road, you built by a river. And you have 2,000 acres. That's the one with 2,000 acres, right?
I'm not sure if it's the one, but I know one of these files was.
Yeah, 2,000 acres. And they had a whole herd of cows and one for hay fields and.
Oh, yeah.
It's coming again, I have to bring it because so it doesn't look like somebody's trying to
I
like.
don't think that mine after hasn't changed. So.
No, mine hasn't, no,
Put in caps now.
yeah. Big bold letter.
No,
Okay,
that's problem. Right?
yes,
Mhm.
I've thought about
And
this
those like
yesterday, so
an area of being.
I'll just go rush over this because it was discussed yesterday, so
Yeah.
I have approval. And then there's the Metro Lake, as far back as I believe 2021, there was a discussion around making this area indigenous protected area. It's a very interesting area because it's a wetland complex. It has one of the largest biodiversity that we can ever have around Fraser River. It has very high ecological value. And if you recall, sometime last year, there was this fundraising for Nature Trust BC that they decided to buy 6 private lands around. If you look at the red lines, so Nature Trust actually purchased those ones just to conserve for the purpose of conservation. And so there was that talk, we kept having the discussion. This, interestingly, it overlaps the N2E. However, we had the conversation with Campo and everybody is on the same page with this because it's a wetland, it has bogs, literally there is no timber there, and they also see it as a good initiative to proceed with this. So the province is very much on this. It's over 2,000 acres and it's going to be designated as the wildlife management area. So I'm bringing this forward with you, myself, Shelton, and then we had a conversation with Campo and everybody's on board with this project. But we need council's decision on this if this should proceed. It's a very good initiative for.
It's just gonna be ours or is it gonna be theirs?
So it's going to be under the provincial management. However, it's going to be co-management system. And that's one of the things I want to achieve by asking
Management, but is it gonna be ours, like the land? Will the land be ours and they manage it?
No.
And that's why I'm bringing this forward too, so that we can hear
council's thoughts on this? What do we think? How should we proceed it? Of course, it's a good initiative, so
It is a good initiative,
that's by the way.
but I think that we should own it and they manage it. That way we can keep a protected area.
Mhm.
That's my opinion.
I agree, yeah. Like,
I'm wondering if any council member would like to also attend. We're looking at having a meeting with all the stakeholders, Nature Trust, Conservation BC, the government of BC, and everybody with every stakeholder around that area. Is this something that council would like to participate in?
I would recommend you put it out to everybody, because everyone's time schedules. Like one day I can make it, one day Al can make it, one day Josh, one day whoever, or sometimes we can all make it.
Okay. And I know
This is be important.
yes,
Because wetlands can be a protected area, just like ancient forest.
exactly.
So
Yes.
this is, we have, that should be involved in this.
mhm.
So one thing I'd like to ask council is that discussion will happen, but before then, I want us to think about what we would like to see in terms of management of that area. It's just something to think about before, because it's going to be a very big topic that will come from that meeting. What do we want to see in terms of management of the area? I'll move on to the next.
Well, you mentioned wildlife, like,
It's fantastic, yes, wildlife management area. It's and it's going to be a corridor also for very interestingly, I forgot to mention, it's just opposite the present Cyclam Mill, where if you remember I put it on this application, it's just somewhere up there, and the Cyclam Mill is at the other side, so pretty much in close proximity to this property. And then there is the August project. If you remember last year, and we actually met with this company, I believe on May, 3rd of May last year. I brought this to our attention. It's about a silica project. We invited the company, and if you did recall, the footprint is just outside of 3 feet in the boundary. If you remember, we had this conversation. This is the actual boundary as it is. However, if you recall, I did mention something, a project that was going on at that time during the previous tenure about the adjustment of the boundary, but it never got through to council's approval and all that. So the project is from McLeod Lake. It is within this area, adjusted boundary, not in the actual boundary. But if you look at the map everywhere, this area is not actually claimed by any band as of today.
No.
Yes.
I remember that one.
You remember the
I
project?
remember it, that was.
Yes, exactly. So the project is going through environmental process now. We had one meeting with them, and we've reviewed their detailed project description. We have VDR, LTN environmental report, and Jesse. And
Is it Mitsubishi?
no, that's that's within McLeod Lake. But the interesting thing about this project is we've had just one meeting with them. Stantec is representing them. I know they've had other brands. They've already met us, and I put that forward yesterday. But based on the review that EDI and LTN environmental is doing, from every technical standpoint, everything is good. We've submitted our reviews of that, and they have promised that some of the issues will be brought forward into the main EA process itself, because the process is just at this early stage. However, based on the 2018 revision of the regulation, every process needs the band's consent. Before, it's just when critical decisions need to be made, but now for every step of the way, there has to be the consent of the band. So for this process, the detailed project description phase that LTN Environmental India has reviewed, technically no problems, but they want the council's perspective to move forward to the next stage. So I have to bring this to council attention. Although yesterday I still think that I have complained to the virtual project, that we only met with them once and we would like to see them again. With the past, I know we are live now, so I would have
I would
said,
like to have a meeting with them.
yes.
Council would like to have a meeting with them, so I send another email saying that you've only brought this to natural resources once. And you have not. That's to contact. You want me to-
Exactly.
I'm pretty sure. Okay.
And then the pedal project, I think this is my last slide. If you recall last discussion we had, you asked me to speak with Elisa and all that. So the recommendations Elisa gave for two specific aspects of the project, there is the trail work they want to do, and then there is one of the trail routes they want to do as well. So I have put Elisa's comment on the screen. The first trail work is that Elisa is suggesting that if there is any overlap, AI should be done. However, this particular does not overlap exactly. It's just about 645 meters from the FI. I don't want to say too much because we are online. So, however, the Prince George Cycle Club is committing to do any AI work that overlaps that area. Is this satisfactory to council based on the NISA's recommendation?
I'm fine with that.
That was our request, right?
Yes.
That's our recommendation. I think that makes sense.
Yes.
Okay. And the second one, for the reroute section, she also recommended that if there is any section of overlap, this particular one is about 425 meters from the act site. She recommended AI work to be done on every overlap. And then we're also looking at, obviously, there has to be a member around there when the work is happening.
Yes.
Those are the two recommendations you gave. And I think I'm hearing a yes from
Yes.
some.
Yes.
Okay, good. And then the last thing is, do we then have plan for the other spaces? I know from that conversation, we talked about, maybe we need to decide how to do an AI and all that, but I haven't had direction from council. Because I know 2 or 3 elders said probably they are very much looking to science.
Yes. Unless they're around somewhere.
Yeah, but I need council to decide how we will proceed with this or if at all we want to.
I'm just trying to remember Joshua. Burial sites and stuff. We're gonna ask the elders too,
Yeah.
and then we're gonna try and figure it out where those remains were gonna try.
So what I found was basically almost like a close number of how many people would have been out there based on the facts and the historical content. So that could give us a number of how many materials we have there. So if it was, we have to, the time frame is different than the one that I'm talking about. It would be 2 separate areas,
And
by about 50 years.
I think Robert was gonna talk with his dad too about some elders stuff to find out if we can just try and get an approximation and then do some research or boots on the ground. But I know there's some movement you mentioned. Funding and.
So I'm not signing a council member so that I can directly with that council.
I had Joshua just taken, through the newsletter and stuff.
Josh,
Honestly, Joshua.
Being only told.
yes, you're being voluntold.
It was moments for Joshua.
Yeah, because there's also a few other states that we have to look for as well.
Mhm.
Yeah, the, like, in rate, right? But the, because I know there's another situation where at the fort, they're talking about the local indigenous group becoming sick about that time.
Yeah, you mentioned something like
That
that.
was like, it's like PPF work or something.
Spanish group.
Yeah, well, the Spanish flu was actually, would have been later than that date, by 50 years. And there's a tuberculosis date and mumps or something like that, measles before that. Yeah, just after World War I.
I was talking about 314 plus or minus 16 years.
Yeah, yeah. So it's, but there was a measles outbreak, because I don't know, we had an epidemic chart to look at when things happened, so it was part of the timeline. And I think it was measles or the, like a TB outbreak.
Right, Stephen Senior was talking about TB outbreak.
Yeah, it happened about 2 or 3 times. So.
Yeah.
Okay, that concludes my presentation. Yes.
Holy moly, you're getting better.
Thank you.
Just saying.
Okay, thank you. So we're gonna break for lunch. Back at 1. But just a reminder, at 2:15, the rest of the afternoon will be in camera.
Yeah.
It's, so council member, are we offline?
Yeah. Okay, it is 1:01. We're back for the afternoon sessions. First one we have up is Tania for Lands Department.
Warm. Then I believe you now. Here's me for you.
It'll be right here. Here. Here's the roll people.
Hi, I'm Tania. That's dated report. It's still the same. I just had a couple extra things on there, so we can just get started.
Yes, you have the floor for.
So we're working on the environmental management plan. We did, the original agreement was signed in August 2021. And able to get an extension. And so we have until December 2024 to finish it. And so for the milestones, it starts at number 2 because number 1 was actually when the agreement was signed. And so the next 2 are May, September, and December. We're hoping to finish it before then, but those are just extended milestones. So to kick it off, we're starting off with a community lands meeting on March 22nd at the House of Ancestors from 5 until 8 p.m. And so it's this is what I added on here is that the next tentative dates are June 14th, which is a Friday at the House of Ancestors from 5 until 8. September 24th at the House of Ancestors, that's a Saturday from 11 until 3, and December 7th at the courtyard from 11 until 3. So I'm hoping to get approval to hold those mini quarterly meetings.
It says September 21st.
September 21st, yeah.
You said 24th.
Oh, did I say the 24th? Sorry. Yeah, September 20th. And the ones, these are the only dates that are Friday or Saturday from at the House of Ancestors that are available. So that's how we'll chose those dates. And then the ones that because just so that it's early enough in December.
So I think like, Dolly, Mayor,
Yes.
so December 7th, I think like I communicated back to I had a discussion with Chief. That is too close, like during that time, 7, 8, or 9, we do like, membership, community, dinner or lunch. So that was the reason during that time.
Oh, okay. So can we do one in December or, because we'll be finished? No?
Can you do it in November?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's the last day of November, it would really be fun.
Mhm.
Oh.
And also we prefer to do it in House of Ancestor because it works like,
Yeah.
business size.
I do, I tried, so the only date I had was December 14th, and I think that was next Thursday. It's hard.
That was a December date, so right?
Yeah.
In November?
Or even the January, but I'm hoping to have it done before December.
Yeah, that would be. Like the 30th.
Is that a Saturday? Oh, yeah, yeah.
I'm just putting it there.
When?
November 30th.
November 30th, instead of the December 7th.
Okay.
Okay. And that's to kind of go along with making sure that we have community engagement throughout the EMP, but it's not only going to be the EMP because I also applied for a land use plan update. I didn't have it in the briefing note as applying for, but it opened yesterday, so I applied for it. And that we'll be able to use these quarterly meetings, community quarterly meetings for as well for the community engagement. Because the land use plan update will actually have to have meetings of members according to the land code. And we'll also include the land code amendment at the same time because there is really no funding for land code amendments anywhere. So hopefully we'll be able to include it in the land use update. That way we don't have to pay the extra money for it. And I also applied today for Indigenous capacity support for groundwater distribution network conditions assessment and groundwater protection plan. Zawad was asking for those to be applied for. So I did that. And then for I just wanted to bring this to so for the lands authority, I don't know how you want feedback from the lands authority, or like how does that work?
Anything that would come to the council table from the feedback of land authority that needs to be communicated to chief and council, say if it's a decision, or I would bring it as being your chair.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. So any action items that need to be taken back to our table, I can bring back to our table.
Okay, so we're just doing, like, on the March 6th meeting, we're going to be going over an environmental survey. And I just wanted to know if chief and council wanted to include anything in it, or if you just want us to proceed with the lands authority. And we're also looking at doing surveys for the reserve. So very basic map. So this is only for the north side, but we're gonna do the south side too. This one in pink is actually surveyed. And then this one is in progress. And then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lots here, but they were surveyed into only 3 lots. So now I can understand, because some of the departments were saying the lots were too big. So we're gonna survey them, resurvey them into number something like this.
Number, I think it's 50.
These numbers don't.
28, is it number 28? Yeah, number, oh no, 26. 26 is not to be touched. That's the walkway.
Between.
Oh, this walkway beside it?
No, the whole lot.
Oh, okay. So,
That was the traditional walkway to the gravesite.
okay, there's a lot here, number 25, that's not used.
That's the walkway.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Where's the fireplace?
that's the 26.
So number 25 would be.
Yeah,
That's
number 25.
Oh,
That's not.
because it's a service lot.
Yeah.
We just don't want.
There's nothing.
Bring that up.
You don't want me to start it
Because
either?
you're asking about that.
You don't want me to start it either? I can make a lot.
I don't know if you want to be surveyed.
No, not really.
Okay, wasn't there something though, if the lot was serviced, that they would not be able to proceed with any more until service was realized?
I mean, that's what my understanding is because it's serviced, because there's a couple lots that are serviced here too, that they're gonna use up, but they have to use up all the service lots before they can get any more service lots. So what Derek was proposing is great. Let's see. Right here, there's supposed to be a walkway that connects with this walkway. And this is the church, so on the right side of the church. And he wants to connect an actual walkway.
No.
And
Elders become pretty tough.
Yeah.
I would, we would have to put on, if you need a letter from council and from the Elder Society stating that there's nothing to be built on this, as it is traditionally. Would you think we go?
That's where they carry the people from the church to the graveyard. And a lot of weird stuff happened in that lot.
In number 25.
Yeah.
Oh,
So that's,
So the record, I brought that up, but so he still wanted to go forward with it. So
No, so if you need a letter to send the INAC from council, or even a BCR from council and the client letter from the Elder Society, we can get that to you. We say we understand that this lot was in service, we had a lot of conflict during when it was service. And
Elder Society?
Um,
when,
It was considered as a service lot from when I was in housing, but then it was dismantled to, if my understanding.
when they
Yeah, because it was what did the words they used? Unusable service lot.
when they redid the services for the new system that they did, they connected to that lot.
Oh, that's why.
They probably have to be decommissioned.
Yeah, it would have to be,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, we can do that.
Because when I was in housing, when I had to do the reports for those areas, it was deemed as unserviced usable lot. So that's what I put in the application
but
for.
it's connected now.
Oh,
So can
I didn't know it was connected again.
decommission.
Yeah, we can just do that and then go back to the unserviced as an unserviced lot.
And we should get a lot or something.
Okay, I don't actually deal with all that stuff, but I'll care. I don't know if he's meeting with us next.
Yeah,
Wednesday.
he's up right after you. so
Yeah,
we-
and I'll I will survey this
No.
spot,
No,
and then these will be re-surveyed into the proper size
Mhm.
lots.
Yeah.
So that probably fix this. I'm not sure, I'll have to figure out that one, but
I would,
I just wanted to bring it up, before we start doing all the work, and then you'll be seeing, but, and even before I get survey done, I have to get council's permission, so I'll be bringing that to the March meeting. I just wanted to give you a heads up. Okay.
So when you're servicing them, that you're like putting the stakes in, they get like show the lots, right? Is that?
I'm surveying. So what had happened is all these lots were actually they were partially surveyed in 1991, because people were telling me that there's flags and there's posts, and so I looked on the survey, but it's not registered, so it looks like it was not followed through. So it wasn't authorized to be registered. So it'll be a lot easier to get it done now. And then I'm also going to include like a how to get surveys done, so that in the future, if any departments want to get surveys done, then they'll know this is what you need to get, like you need a bank council resolution authorizing it, and then a bank council resolution saying, yes, it can be registered and it's.
Mhm.
Is there any way we could do, like, when we get surveyed and get the lots figured out, that we put something like a permanent metal pole there, so this get worked out, and we don't have to ever do something?
They do have
I know they use
pins,
the wood stake, or kids rip them out to
Yeah,
swords.
so the stakes are, they expect people will rip them out. They do have metal pins in certain spots, like on the survey map, and it shows, and sometimes they don't put it right at the axis because people will know it's there and they'll rip it out. So sometimes they put it a little bit away and they bury it. So it's usually buried like that. So there are pins actually all along on both the north side and the south side. And those wooden stakes, those aren't the actual pins. Those are just, but we're gonna re-put up stakes. And then the reason why we're also working on this is because lots of everybody's asking about not overtime, building fences. So I did a little how-to and a like application on how people could do it and go about it, just so that we can have the proper mapping and the lot lines plotted for them, so that they know they can go in and build a fence, that this is where the line is and this is where they can build.
Perfect.
That's all.
Yeah. Yeah, we are.
They're on top of it.
Yeah,
Be prepared to see some of those.
nice.
I think that was about it.
Sweet.
Thanks. Yeah, and if you have any questions, just email me.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. You too.
Next up, we have
Housing.
housing.
They're just.
Did you hear that too?
Yeah.
What was that? That beeping.
That's what I heard too.
Oh,
You hear
yeah.
it? That's why I looked, that's why I heard like that. I thought it was your phone or something. Was that you? No? What the hell? Oh my goodness. Oh, be quiet, you. John West.
Oh, you guys.
That's what I'm thinking.
Got some handouts over here. I'll just pass it around.
That's good.
Start off with the news from the last presentation for there, because you didn't share on the TV.
Sorry. So there, you have a board. 45? So it's 118 right now. The last one we had was Lands Authority, and council's decision was to decommission lot number 25.
Okay.
So it's a non-service lot.
Uh-huh.
If need be, we'll have a BCR and another from the others because it is a historical walkway from the church to the Great Theater.
I did hear that. I was actually going to the elders meeting that's coming up to pitch being able to build a walkway and see if I can have half the lot.
You know, that's
That's a sacred area, the whole area is sacred.
yeah.
In
So
that.
the decommission that.
Yeah. Okay.
Lot.
All right.
That way it's not.
Okay. So then with that, I did hear you guys also looking at, resurveying the lots. Got it down at the end here that were originally 5 lots that got changed to 3. That's when we can hold off on that as well, because I was using those 3 big lots for the multiplex project.
Okay, there's a lot of miscommunication. I think
Yeah.
you and Lance should have a
Oh, yeah.
meeting
I
right together.
know we were looking at,
And she was under the impression that it was 4. She was doing it to make it 6 for.
Okay, all right. So I will speak to Lance.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, I am. So I just wanted to bring everybody up to date with the multiplex project and where we are. Big hurdle that we had to cross to get our letter of intent from CMHC was deciding on security for the loan. All loans need some sort of security. So there's a couple of options that were available. Ministerial loan guarantee was the one that CMHC wanted to start with. However, it has a 25-year max term. So that would throw the costing of the project way out the window because we're looking at borrowing from CMHC over a 50-year. So they weren't compatible. So we had to look at alternative types. So I met with Towfiq and our finance manager. And out of the different types that are available, he suggested that we go with a letter of credit. So I have informed CMHC that that's the security type that we've chosen. So we're chugging along and getting closer to our letter of intent from CMHC, which is good news on that project. So with that, there's some numbers that I wanted to bring to everybody's attention today. So conservatively, this is how the numbers are shaping up to be. What we're realistically going to see is a $50,000 forgivable amount per unit built. So you can see in the repayable portion, if we get 5 units or 5 total buildings built. I was banking on 5.6 repayable, it actually worked out to 5 million even repayable. And you can see the different funding sources all the way through. And so I just broke it up. Units here actually broke this up, so you can see like, should ISC only get grant us funding for 2 buildings? Or say they give us for 3 buildings, I'm kind of hoping for 3, I'd like, of course, to see 5, but this is kind of where we'll be financially in terms of the project costs. Now, there is, my last meeting with CMHC, there is a possibility that we can get $75,000 refundable per unit through the CMHC loan, just because we're doing elder focused on the bottom, accessible. So they're helping me get some more money back on those units. So if that's successful, then we're going to see a much smaller loan amount repayable to CMHC. See all the numbers listed here. So, yeah, that's, I actually think we'll end up somewhere in between the two, quite honestly. From the conservative to the optimistic, I feel very good that we're going to get that 75,000 per unit. But whether we'll get all 5 buildings is still up in the air with ISC right now. However, there is another program that we can look at where we could get 300,000 per unit from ISC if we're not successful in the multiplex proposal per unit. So we can pivot the project as well. I'm kind of refuse to let this go. Multiplex is built, so. So that just kind of leads to where we are right now. So we are about, I think, still about 60 days out from our letter of intent from CMHC. Things are going much slower than I initially anticipated. I just had to go through a whole thing about navigable waters, which, you know, according to the 1838 Act of navigable waters in Canada, if you move a boat in it, it's a navigable water, and boats go up and down our river all the time. So they want to get proof of this, and it's like, we're not going to shell out, pay a whole bunch of surveying and get people out here to look at this until there's like one approval in place. So they're okay with that, and they're moving forward. But it's just little hiccups like that that I keep running into. So, and then I'm also waiting for a meeting because Towfiq, we're trying to see if we can negotiate a better rate on our loan, given the type of security that we've chosen. That's kind of a little out of my realm of expertise, but Towfiq just.
I'll help you to explain it. So, can I?
Yep.
So, page number, this page, alternative securities. So, and alternative types of security. So what is the security? So why the security portion of the security is there? This is the security that you give a CMHC. So say like in the this is spreadsheet. So let me walk you through a little bit. So say we're expecting in the just middle. Let's consider scenario 3. Scenario 3 is like estimated cost is $10 million. This housing grant would be $3.2 million. Council already approved $2.5 million. If you go through the marketplace, $2.5 million. We have an approved this year. So in each case, we're gonna contribute $2.5 million from our own. And same is shown that the last row for scenario 3 is $4.3 million. So that $4.3 million, what same is looking for that you need to give a security. And over the period of 50 years. So now we ask them that, hey, what is the security you're asking for? We ourselves is a security. Then they don't know, we are giving you a lot of money, so we need a security. So they give our 4 options. Actually, another option is there, but that is hidden. I'm going to discuss about that. So number 1 is like place of land. If that the place of land, so the land must be held by First Nation or Indigenous Development Corporation. We thought that no, that is not a good option for us. Leasehold interest. The leasehold interest must be permitted under a reserved land designation or a First Nation land code constitution. So this is not a viable option too. Business revenue and personal property. So the business we have, so we don't want them collateral under any situation. So our business, the consultancy, retail contracting, so we don't want them. So the best suitable option is letter of credit. So letter of credit is like a very liquidable option for the body we are giving the guarantee. So it is like irrevocable anytime savings charge that money from bank gonna give that money. But the good side here, like I talked with bank, so they wouldn't touch our money, but they're gonna, every year they're gonna charge 2% on the total security. So if the security is like say $4.3 million, every year they're gonna charge us $36,000. So every year when the price is reduced, they're gonna charge on the reducing balance amount, the balance amount. So it is an $86,000. So what we discussed with Adjourn, that they're okay. So since we're giving them the best security option ever, that means it is as good as cash. Anytime they ask the money from bank gonna give them. So that means like they don't have any risk basically. When they don't have any risk, they shouldn't charge us interest like 3.8%. Let us negotiate this rate. And so there is on it, negotiating the rest, and also they're gonna ask them that since we are giving $86,000, so previously they provide a subsidy. So they know that we are giving them the best security. So would they be interested or give us some money back against this $86,000 subsidy? So that is the part we are like in a negotiation stage.
We've got lots of time, so we have you.
Sure.
Okay.
Far away.
Reserve, yeah,
Yes.
is huge. And I see CSFS, Aboriginal housing, they get.
So there's a couple of different things that we can do. We can start a nonprofit, and there's a bunch of different programs that we can access for running nonprofit off reserve, where programs like BC Housing and some other entities will pay for the building purchase and the upkeep of the building as long as we're renting it at subsidized rate, right? So yes. They are ours, but as long as we're renting them as affordable, we get subsidized on them. They help us purchase the building. Right? And then we have to, there are percentages of having to have certain people off like BC housing list and things like that, especially if it's a larger scale building, right? And then there are several buildings for sale in construction right now. We also have the option of looking at just purchasing land or houses. So I had a meeting with CREC and discussed, like what it would look like to buy properties, like say like a two-story or like something that's been converted to a rental on the top and a rental on the bottom. The only problem becomes that with the way interest rates are right now and what market rate rents are, there's not a lot of profit. The profit margins are extremely small. So in order to start to see a good return from that, then you need to scale it up to have, like by the time you start seeing a decent return, you're 10, 12 properties in. And with the way interest rates are right now, it's just not a good time to be purchasing like that, right?
No,
so
no.
the best option is really to look at like a more expensive, like 16 to 20 unit building that's currently turning a profit, purchase that, and then as units become available, just be selecting who's moving into those available units.
Wendy?
How does that work? Like, would it be possible for us to do something like what Aboriginal and CMHC and all those other corporations are doing, like buying all these, like those old hotels and that, they bought that, right? So they're making those into low income housing. How can we as a nation get involved in something like that?
So there's like a lot of programs like the Community Housing Fund, for instance, right? That's a program where as long as we have serviced land that's somewhere near the downtown core within the 2 Travel Hospital, we can build on that land and the build cost is completely covered. And we agree to operate the building, which is also subsidized. And then in 60 years, the building transfers ownership completely to the nation. It's a shared ownership agreement between like BC Housing and the BC government until that 60-year period is over. So there's a lot of programs of that nature where if you have the property or you have something to put up, build costs can be covered or highly subsidized. Or if you're taking a building and something existing or renovating, again, highly subsidized through those programs. But the key is ownership of the property. Yeah. So, and there's a lot of different options. But for instance, the city's really interested in selling the land where the old RCMP building used to be, but it's also, it's contaminated. So it's.
Like a home pit?
Yeah.
Subway and Marriott.
Marriott parking lot.
So then the assessed value, last assessed value of that land was $550,000, but they're saying the market value of the land is $5 million. Well, that's $5 million. What is it gonna take to clean that up? It's been next to a gas station forever. So there should be, I feel, some willingness for the city to work with us and say, hey, you know, like, you'll get this for a song, but you're gonna have to clean up and put the building on it.
Really can create a nonprofit like the daycare.
Yeah.
Get that $1 reconciliation for things, right?
Yeah.
And then the environmental is gonna be a few thousand.
And
That
that's
makes sense, right?
Precisely. A lot of those programs have to be within certain distances of the downtown core of the hospital, things of that nature, in order to qualify or to get the most funding possible for building.
So, just for clarification, you're talking about the old Connaught Hotel?
Yes.
Okay, that's the province purchased that.
Oh, did they?
The province.
Oh, I thought it was,
Not-
oh, okay, my bad. I thought that's that
It
BC
is gonna
housing.
be, it will be, supposed to be.
Low income housing?
What do they call it?
Subsidized?
Subsidized, I'm not sure if it'll be subsidized or not. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, so the BC, that they bought that, okay. Okay, I was just curious about.
That's to be in town area.
within two minutes or
2 to
so.
5 minute drive to the hospital. Because there's a lot of stipulations when it comes to these programs that I've been finding, that it's distance to hospital, distance to public transit, distance to, the post office, all that kind of stuff comes into play, and everything's a little tick on the amount of funding or the subsidies that you can get for construction. So closer to the center of town, closer to the hospital, the better.
That's so true.
Yes,
Great.
right,
Right?
yeah, there you go.
In my original housing is that strip of land.
I just said, yeah.
That's
What is that for? And why do they keep cutting the
What
grass?
is it for? Seeing YouTube's where people were.
The cities. And
Skiers
Grand River, same
and-
thing.
Yeah. Let's figure that out.
Cause that would be
The biggest first step for getting any housing in Prince George is to purchase some land.
Yeah.
And then just start getting the different, there's so many different funding opportunities once you have the land that we can start applying for. And we're looking at something like a 70-unit build with a profit center on the bottom would be ideal, right? So even if if there's a subsidy from, say, from the housing floor up, but the bottom floor is built entirely by us, we can easily get pharmacy and like a Starbucks or something in there, especially if it's a good spot downtown or something where that's gonna really start to generate some revenue.
So, in other words, we should see the person with that. That person,
Behind the farmer's market.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I said we're gonna, Senate must have met by now. It's been a year.
They want their money.
Give them to you.
Yeah.
So if you have the subject, if you have the land, so what is the processing time?
So one of the easiest programs is like the community housing fund tax that's funded for, right? It's about 11-month process to do the application for that. And for something of that scale and that nature, I'd probably like get like Luma Housing or I'm gonna say car development, something very close to that, another one of those agencies that have a lot of experience in that. And I would get them to work with us to put together a proper proposal for that. Just, making sure that it meets what we're looking for. Absolutely, if we're anywhere in downtown, I think it would be a huge missed opportunity if the profit center wasn't built on the board.
What would be the fastest way? Fastest way for us to basically find prime property,
Yeah.
get the property, and then. Like real property, like
real property,
field,
yeah.
like to put a
Service ready to go.
ready to go, and ability to put an apartment on.
Absolutely. And then we'd be looking at something like a 70-unit building. Or more, depending on size, right? So I've looked at things like 611 Brunswick, where the old kind of church was that burnt down. And, so there's a 6-story maximum right there. So you could have 5 stories of residential. And you could easily fit a 70-unit building right on that spot.
The Remark stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah. The old Shooter's Pub, Xyntax.
So the one across from the Template Development Corporation?
Yeah.
RBC.
Oh, down the street, down from RBC, where that restaurant was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, okay. I'm
Where
ready.
you go, where's people encounter?
Oh, right, yeah.
There's also
From there.
a good corner lot serviced right across from Lord Code.
Oh, yeah, on Victoria Street.
Yeah.
Right across from the Victoria Medical Building, it was that old motel.
Yeah, that old.
They want, they
It was
want
like,
2.5 for.
Something crazy.
yeah. it was
Really? For that one? Holy crap.
The ranchman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They want 2.5 million for that.
There's a lot of design too that's been empty for.
That was a gas station, I think.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it was.
So environmental.
Mhm.
Yeah, we checked into it, I got Alex look at it, because we're looking. I know how much that is. Yeah, what, 2.5 million, that's so crazy, like, I'm like on the phone talking about, for what? What was that again? That's crazy. So, we do have property in mind. Oh, sorry, Robert.
Sorry, guys, I just got back here. I'm gonna have to duck out for the rest of the afternoon. We have nothing but problems going on up here, so my apologies. Have
Friday,
a
Yeah.
fun day, you guys.
Yeah, have a good weekend.
Is there?
So we are looking at properties in town. We'd be like 30 minutes out from the hospital.
We could always look at the possibility of buying something and knocking it down and checking into the zoning if you want to put a larger building on it.
It's that red apartment building complex across from Dutchess Park.
Then just never have
And it's like they're asking 6.4. I don't know how many units are 15 or something like that. Is that an option?
If it's already built and we.
I would have to look in to see if there's an option for helping to purchase it or not. Because to set up a nonprofit, we're realistically probably about a 6-month process to set up a nonprofit and then start making those applications. So it could still be on the market. I know that one of the rental companies is about to list 3 of their buildings as well. They're looking at some assets up here.
There also was the complex behind the DX pub, 8 units. There's one at Cedar Street, that's 12 units. And there's 4 units on down from Vancouver Street.
They range from 3.3 million.
Oh, like right by WorkSafe.
Yeah, that was success as well.
So I can get you that information.
That's a big choice, but. So you might be able to sneak in and scoop before we.
Yeah, that is.
Okay, I'll get you a phone.
Interesting. Well, it fits. We fit 3 of.
What language is that?
I don't know. I know, they do say it somewhere, I can't remember where. Oh, German. My God, my German dad. Vicky,
Now, what about properties? No, right up. I had a bad number asking about trailers. Parking, a trailer park.
A trailer park?
Yeah.
I would leave that up to you guys if that's something that you want to put together. So we're looking at an average cost of $120,000 to $150,000 per pad. Most of the homes that I've looked at, so if you look at Black Street, I think is the one right down the road from us, they have units that start around $190,000 to $210,000 ish, and on from there. And then if you go to Pine Ridge Homes up the hill, which is kind of a little higher build quality, actual drywall walls and such, they start at about $350,000. So what you're looking at, purchase price, pad setup, and then transport. So you'd be about $500,000 into a nicer style type of home. And then we could, again, if we get into that, then we could look at building. So we went through those Freeport ones. Well, we could build that 2-bedroom or 2-bedroom plus den bath with a full garage for the same price. Right? So then the question becomes, are we gonna start building trailers, trailer park for around, let's call it 400,000-ish per unit versus like setting up an actual neighborhood building like Freeport that could offer us something that you can't distinguish it between a modular and a stick build for almost the same price.
Plus the headache of depending on who's in the units to maintain them can really deteriorate trailers faster and a lot more maintenance will go to that.
Okay, one more thing. How about unreserved elders?
Yes, something that I want to see happen, and just waiting for the right funding and opportunity to do it. I have a couple of different builders who've submitted drawings. I actually, I like the Freeport one the best. It's an 8-unit build with a caretaker suite on the top floor, and community kitchen in the middle, although even each individual unit has its own kitchen and stuff, but yeah.
Pecans, remember I talked to you about pecans? They have that funding, if you have a common area, they'll fund everything. If you have an actual common area, remember I told you looking under pecans, they have oodles of money in there. All you have to do is have a common area to where everything meets in that common area, they can cover whatever the build is.
When I would recommend whether you reach out to your contact.
Okay, I'll reach out to them for you, and then
Cause yeah.
I want to build them right over here.
I'll CC you and Towfiq and John, and I'll start reaching out to them next week.
Okay.
And then ask them for the details.
Is there any type of funding that could be aimed towards like students? Because the thing that we're noticing with a lot of the students is that the student housing that we have for post-secondary is super full.
Okay, so I do actually have funding through HAV that I can get a couple of students involved as soon as we start any kind of building, as long as the builder is willing to work with us, like Freeport or one of the others that we end up selecting for some sort of project. There's funding to put a couple of people through into free apprentice carpentry and stuff like that.
Well, yeah, that's not about student housing.
Oh, student housing.
That's a big issue, because now we're gonna start pushing our students to the post-secondary, if they do come home.
Plus single units. I was like 90% of our housing application list is single or just starting couples, and it's hard to put a 1 person or 2 people into huge houses.
Yeah, for sure. So something that I've been looking at for on the reserve, but I haven't given a lot of thought for in town yet, is I want to build some tiny homes at the very end of the south side.
Right.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Sorry, I'm not good with the pronunciation of that word name. But, yeah, I've already tapped actually a couple of different builders to start submitting designs and proposals, and I'm really thinking, you know, 300, 400 square feet. You know, it's a bachelor's pad, right? It's not gonna be-
So would that fit in with the funding you said where you need that common area? You just,
we could look at adding a common area to it.
because then we're following that funding.
What specifies as a common area? Because
Um,
that field, that one
No.
house,
It's basically the center.
Yeah,
but like,
Like,
is it have to be like a solid structure or
Build them all around.
like
so like a gazebo.
no, like,
like a
that's what they
sand
said.
in the
That's what
middle?
they told us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They said houses all around. Pathways all these, just a picture of gazebo.
Oh,
Yeah, a gazebo.
yeah.
That's a common
That's
area.
like a
Yeah.
common area will go what you
Yeah, we can do that. Absolutely, that would help satisfy some of the HAP requirements and fill that need for the single applicants or student applicants, yeah.
So there's.
I'll reach out to the Buchanan's crew, because I'm really familiar with them and, you know, I know I'll get them to give detailed information to send to you. And then you guys can go from there, because I've been trying to get into that myself for housing, but never got a chance to, because there's so much different things going on. So we have been looking into it, and it's possible. Yes, it's 100% possible.
It's just.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
That's.
Okay. Thank you, Derek.
Okay.
Thank you, Derek.
All right, cheers.
Next we have.
Education.
She was sick, but I told her to send the.
I even
Oh, she's not here?
That's what I seen before.
Yeah. Better see her.
Chelsea?
Oh, no, that was the other one. Yeah, that was Tania. Okay.
If we smoke breaks now, we're gonna try to put one in.
Weekends.
Bathroom breaks.
Big children.
Senior flyers. You seem like water, it's to make my tattoo heal, right?
Oh, that's why you're drinking so much water.
Yeah.
There was a catch.
So. Our next presentation, couldn't make it, not feeling well sick. So from here on out, I think we will bump up our agenda to an in-camera session. Thanks, everybody, for joining us. And hope you have a good weekend. Stay safe and healthy. See everyone soon.